Hello everyone, welcome to stream. I'm just waiting for my works. Hello, I'm just waiting for my April Pinto to charge up a bit so it doesn't die on me. I hope everyone's having a good what day is it? It's in that foggy period. Tuesday I think it is. So. Hey Inky, welcome. It's a lab, yes, it's a lab. And, a lab still with no new desk. So, meant to have had my new desk last year, but it still hasn't rocked up, so... so, I have to deal with the, wonderful standard sitting desk for the time being. But, oh well, means I get to stream instead. Instead of playing... Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it because I'm redoing the entire setup and gonna have my new... finally have my new PC in use. Look, compromise. I didn't need to buy a PlayStation 5, so I bought the new desk instead. So... Yeah, it's okay. As long as you're happy with what you've got. But yeah, I've been wanting a stand-up desk for a while. Help with my lower back, and also it's a fantastic excuse to like clean up and relayer everything. So, got a new monitor, got a new-ish computer. It's a new computer, except it's got an old motherboard. Like, it's not current gen motherboard and CPU and RAM, but it's got a 3080 in it. It's white and it has rainbow vomit if I want it. So it's the intermediate PC where I can finally start retiring the old girl that I've got at the moment. So, rainbow unicorn vomit. Unicorn vomit. Let's see where this pencil's at. If it can recognize it. It needs a few seconds. Yeah, I ended up having to get a Corsair Commander XT. I think it's XT. Because I have 6 RGB fans in the system. Can technically have up to 10, but I couldn't get them all to behave using off the motherboard. So I went and got this from PLE, which was reasonably it was like a X demo, which just the box had been damaged, and it's like it's perfect because it's exactly what I need. Now why isn't it mirroring? Oh, everything went to sleep and now it's not working. It's okay, you get to see my face. Yeah, well I like the fact that it's got all these different options. So it's like, do you want them all to rainbow vomit all at the same time, or do you want them to cycle through the vomit? I was trying to save battery while this thing charged, which hasn't really, but I've got a cheap way of charging it. This should probably speed charge it a little bit faster. Just draw with a giant old phone. Use that. So yeah, I've been playing around with like the options. How will we have it? Will we have faded rainbow, loud rainbow, it cycles through the rainbows across all 6, or will we have like temperature or interactive where it changes depending on the so many options. As like, would you like to make your own custom version? I have no idea where to start. So I think I got it because it's in the dining room where we had our Christmas set up, so I kind of set it up to cycling rainbow so it could match the Christmas lights, and I haven't changed it back. So I'll change it back when I get it into the room with it's all nice and set up. So it's just so many options. I don't know what to do. So yeah, but it's fun. I enjoy it. Enjoy the funs of the rumbles. Yes, and I've got a new keyboard, which I bought years ago, waiting, and a newer version of my mice. What that was for? Was that? I don't know what was vibrating. So many options and I don't know what it was. Just like my RGB. Not charging. I have no idea why. So yes, so many things. Very exciting. And so I don't get pinged for copyright, I'm just going to have that repeat. I got pinged for that for a couple of times. Not on Twitch, just YouTube, which is fantastic. So, anyway, how are you going? How's everything going with you, Inky? Where's my button? Oh yeah, well it wasn't the DMCA per se, it was kind of like more the copyright strike without any punishment on YouTube, where it's kind of like, someone's got the rights for this. You're okay. Like you're not getting pinged or anything like that. It's just like you just, by the way, that you've got a song that someone's flagged. So and then when I went through, I went, oh yeah, okay, yeah. It's handy having the Spotify, what's playing, come through because that means it's like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, all right. I use Streambeats, but if I don't tell it to cycle through the playlist again, it will go find other stuff, and the other stuff's what gets me in trouble. Now I know why you're not happy. Alright, apart from the usual back and pain thing. Yeah, okay. Stuff. So you really could do the head, shoulders, knees and toes kind of thing. Did his place apologize? Saying I'm sorry? It's the reason why I want to get a stand-up desk, because posturing-wise, it's like compresses the back of your spine, but also compresses like the top, like the neck and so forth. So standing up, and some kind of way of having this up here will be my main aim, or my Wacom tablet. I'm not sure which one yet. That's a shame. You're either he should have apologized, or his place should have apologized for having the rock or whatever you fell on, stepped on. Oh, thank you. It gets worse. I can, in the space of like a paragraph, it can change quite dramatically. I don't know if I've got anything here that's allowed to be on stream. I can't really see it, but it, like I have such, on this is probably more control, but give me a pen and it's, well, like you can see maybe, like these are my notes. You can see that as the page moves on, the handwriting kind of starts changing. And then it changes depending on the type of pen I've got too. So that's one kind. And it's like, different kind of pen. Different kind. I wonder, do I have the really bad? Because mine almost looks like, oh, here you go. If you want to see really bad, if it shows up. Like, depending on the pen, it gets really, really bad. Like, give me an inky pen and it just... It's getting like into doctor territory where it's just like kind of like that. It's terrible. Ballpoint pen I got a little bit more control, but like ink pen, it's just it looks hilarious. And saying that it works out really great if you have to fill in a birthday card for like 6 people. Like 6 people wanted to write in your card, but they didn't know what to, like they weren't available. Like we do them at work where like there's a big like farewell or whatever, like a card, and it's like people go, oh, I'm not going to be in, can you write in my card? It's like, can you write in the card for me? Like, okay, do you have something you want to say? And they'll either tell me or not. And I managed to do like 8 different people's, 9 including myself, different like messages, and you couldn't tell that they didn't overlap at all. Like you couldn't tell the difference. Like you can say, oh, they're the same person writing it because of the different handwriting. So it works. If you're going to play the game of no one can find me and no one can find out who I am, it's great. Anyway. So I have a couple of things on my to-do list. So I have a few emote mucking around ideas if we want to. Or, thank you for the lurk, Cookie. Appreciate it. I think there is a lurk command. So I can got either emotes I can muck around with, or we've got some potential science stuff. If anybody has a preferred preference of what people would like to witness. Science probably comes with me talking about science. Science? Okay, well that comes with me probably talking about science. So the images are actually for my thesis. And the 2 main images I have to somewhat do is one for inflammation. And the other one is dendritic cells and inflammation. Happy with science is interesting. I wouldn't have just dropped. Nah, nothing important. I wouldn't have thought about doing this, but I was talking to someone and they said actually they probably had doing the science stuff would actually be pretty interesting and pretty cool. So, why not? You know, that's something different. So, yeah, we can do it. We can do a little bit of a breakdown of a lesson of like what happens when you get an infection or when you get inflammation. So, I will just bring up my lit review because I've got some. I don't know where the other scribbles I had. Went. Not there. I've got words, but I don't have non-words. So, let's pull up the thesis. Computer may struggle on understanding how this bloody goes. Excuse me. Excuse me. Right. Right. That's the one that I did not have an example for what I was looking for this one. I don't think. Oh. That's funny. Sorry, I'm mucking around with the window. Aha. Whoops. We won't. I will stop doing that. Whoops. That's not what I was wanting to do. Okay. So the process of inflammation. Essentially have mechanisms. There we go. Some wonderful little processes using Lord of the Rings. Essentially as beacons are lit. Gone to a course for aid. And Rohan show up to sort everything out. So let's get it in blue. So generally, how am I going to do this as one big image? I want it as a cycle. So inflammation's just a cycle, just a loop. And pending this process of looping back determines whether or not it stays in pro-inflammatory or it goes to anti-inflammatory and therefore resolution. And if this doesn't resolve, then it results in chronic inflammation. So pretty much all biological systems work on like a feedback loop. It could be negative, it could be positive, but essentially they're all feeding back in it. So you go from a steady state, so no infection, no inflammation whatsoever. The immune system detects that there's something wrong, like bacteria or stress signals or danger signals from cells if they've been damaged. The immune system has cells like essentially sentinel cells. So dendritic cells are the big main players in that, but macrophages also behave in that, also like that as well. So they detect these signals, and then they migrate to lymph nodes, talk to T cells, and those T cells will enter into the tissue and provide signals to other immune cells to go, okay, I want you to do this, or I want you to do that. But there's also, so that's your adaptive, and that takes a lot longer, and but you also have your innate, which is kind of just go, ah, shit, there's something bad here. And it just releases a whole lot of mediators, and the cells will do stuff. So signals and so forth, they'll do things trying to destroy it, but it's not as targeted, it's more like a generic response. So adaptive, which is where your vaccine immunity comes from, is more targeted and specific. It's like, this is exactly what I do, and we're going to do it really strong and really specific to this. So it will also produce antibodies as well. While your innate's kind of like, there's something bad, but we're not quite sure, just do a whole bunch of shit. So generally those responses that you feel will be essentially acute inflammation. So there are 5 cardial signs. Color, which is redness, swelling, color, duller, color. There's only 4. Loss of function. So essentially it's like you have redness, swelling, pain, and loss of function. So if it's in a joint, the joint doesn't work properly, or so you essentially can't. Your body will kind of prevent you from using said area that's injured. Yeah, like your foot. So depending on the type of injury, it was a sterile. So you can have infectious inflammation, or you can have sterile inflammation. Infectious inflammation or pathogen inflammation is as it sounds. Essentially, it's when you get a pathogen, so it could be a bacteria, fungi, parasite, virus, into cells, into tissues, and that kickstarts it off. Sterile is where you essentially would probably do an injury, but there's no pathogens involved, and you might do it like an impact injury or something like that. The skin stays intact and everything like that, but you've damaged some cells, so they send out going, ah shit, I'm hurt. Hello, help. I'm hurt. We've got problems, kind of thing, and that's what the process is. So the immune system will recognize both pathogen associated molecules and danger. Damage, danger. When you've been reading this stuff for so long, you just all you remember is the acronyms and not the actual proper words. I think it's damage, or is it danger signals? Oh, bad immunologist. I know they're damps. Just can't remember what the D stands for. Damps and pamps. Which I think is damage associated. IVIGG. So is that intraverse? Is that intravenously being given IgG, which is an antibody? Or I'm gonna have to Google what that acronym actually stands for. I know some acronyms, I don't know them all. Oh, immunoglobulin. Yeah, so... thank you, Shadow. Hydrate. It's not cold, but oh well. Yeah, so the globulins are antibodies. So he most likely doesn't have an adaptive immune response, or at least B cells. So he's been given antibodies to kind of help do that. But I'm not quite sure. Yeah, so he's got a deficiency in antibodies. So his B cells do bugger all. So, yeah, so the idea is that if you get an infection, so you get like bacteria, for example, let's say this is E. coli, because everybody understands who E. coli is. What will happen, there's multiple ways that you can kill this. So some immune cells will try and eat it. So there's phagocytosis, which is eat the bacterium and try and digest it through like enzymes in the cell. There's other things, other proteins. No, I don't. Complement assists with phagocytosis. Which this is the main one. So complement might be given, which is an innate response that kind of sugarcoats the bacterium. But the other one is that antibodies are oh, that's not how you draw an antibody. Let's do the correct structure. Heavy chain, light chains. And that kind of assists with phagocytosis, but also binds to components and help like stop like replication and so forth. Especially with viruses, it kind of like binds to, in a virus sense, like coronavirus. Like your little proteins that enter the cell, the antibodies bind to those, so it stops the virus from getting into the cell. So antibodies are more effective, very effective against viruses. Stupid question: is there a possibility to be almost immune to painkillers, Gorda? Yeah, that's your sensitivity, but that's all neurons based. Your immune system has nothing to do with it. Not not as far as I know, but it's generally your threshold of what ibuprofen blocks on. So there's some suggestions that you should not constantly stay on one painkiller. So like you shouldn't just purely take ibuprofen. You should try paracetamol. So you might find that what ibuprofen's blocking. I'll look that one up in a minute. Whatever the channels that ibuprofen are blocking, paracetamol don't block those. So those channels might be sensitivities, but the paracetamol might be effective. Ibuprofen is also an anti-inflammatory, so if you shouldn't take it when you're technically on vaccines. Subcutaneous, still the same thing. It's still technically putting antibodies into the system. Just his is under the skin for slower fun times versus going straight into the bloodstream. But it's the same process essentially that the B cells struggle, and that's your most effective response. So for him, having a vaccine is pretty much... not pretty much. More likely won't be as effective as someone train of thought. Most vaccines work on producing a yeah, so he's plasmapheresis, which is cleaning out the plasma, right? No, theoretically they wouldn't. Most vaccines work on inducing adaptive immunity through B cells. Again, trying to produce a memory response that produces a lot of antibodies, specific antibodies. However, what they're finding with the coronavirus, for example, is that antibody-based immunity isn't the be-all, end-all, and is also isn't the only arm of that adaptive response that is activated. So you've got two kinds of lymphocytes. You've got B cells, so B cells produce the antibodies. And then you've got T cells, and they kind of direct a lot of responses. So, and it all depends on signals and so forth, but they direct specific responses. So they actually help activate B cells. But also activate like macrophages and neutrophils and all that kind of stuff to be more targeted. So yeah, for a very long time we just kind of focused on antibody response, but vaccines will also probably activate these T cell responses as well. So that's why with the coronavirus, a lot of the studies have gone, oh no, the antibody titers have like dropped off and they aren't really high, but they've also found that the T cells were doing pretty well with the vaccines. So some vaccines are better, clearly, at activating the responses than others. But that's also probably an immune detection aspect in terms of the pathogen. And the SARS-CoV-2 is a very novel virus, so our immune system's still doing some lessons on it. to work out what to do. But I'd still recommend getting vaccinated though, even if your immune system isn't 100%, because any protection of giving you a head start is better than nothing. And how the immune system works is, over time, you kind of, it takes a while to like get a response kind of thing. So if that's the first exposure, second exposure is like a lot quicker and a lot stronger. So, so the idea of vaccine is to do this, is to kind of be this experience, and then so this is your second response. That might be the first time you come across it, or Terry, I think it's fine. I have lumps that I named after ducks and Bugs Bunny. I'm technically had four doses. 2 Pfizer's, a Moderna, and the new Moderna version. Because I'm old enough to have them all. No. As if a vaccine induced a benign tumor, no. Completely different systems. Yours is... It was a hematoma of some kind, wasn't it? Which is blood vessels, not the immune system. That's just blood vessels having a party. It's no different to fibroadenomas, which are essentially it's just like one nut cell that just goes, I don't want to die, and I'm lonely, I want to make friends, so it just makes clones of itself. That's essentially what a cancer is. It's just one rogue cell making little friends. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, that's the thing with neoplasia. The science word for cancer. Benign or metastasizing, they all start off with one little rogue cell, or in the case of maybe multiple benign tumors, multiple little nuts, little lonely little cells, but they didn't get together. They're so far apart in the tissues, they just clone themselves and make friends. But interesting enough, the technology, like RNA vaccines, which is where all this coronavirus, it's come to public's attention. When I first started learning about RNA vaccines, it was to do with cancer research, cancer vaccines. So they were actually trying to find ways that they could send in the RNA transcript for a protein that a cancer produces that might not be present in healthy people. The body makes it, and the immune system goes, beard, and then it disappears, and then when the cancer does appear, or if it's present, the immune system goes, hold on, this was bad. Target cancer. So a lot of RNA, I know that's where a lot of the RNA, because that's where the money, because RNA vaccines are not cheap to produce. They're a lot cheaper than 20 years ago, but they're still expensive. And cancer was a more financially viable option, I guess would be the way to look at it. So, yeah. Sorry. Anyway, that's how they work. Thank you. Ow. Scratch my nose. Oh! Which prompts? Oh, as in the redeem stuff. Yeah, I don't have it show up on my screen. The redeems do, but not the, like, exclamation mark redeem, but not the stream redeems. So they will show up, but the Twitch ones I haven't set up anything to show up on stream. There we go. The honk. The honk is loved. Thanks for coming by, Kiwi. Happy to teach. Happy to explain some stuff, best of my ability. Thoroughly enjoy Final Fantasy, and look after yourself. Okay. Thanks for coming by, mate. I have not, but I will. I'll have a look over in the next couple of days. If I need a distraction from my brain, I'll definitely I'll start with that for sure. If I can't stream, maybe I'll read it after this. I'll definitely check it out. I'll read it. I think I might read it after I finish streaming. Something to distract the brain. Ah, welcome, vengeful Viking. Yes, I'm doing some science. Trying to create a custom inflammatory process. Not quite sure. It might work. Very complex process. Trying to do it in one hit. Because there's a gazillion types of immune interactions. Hmm. Hmm. Starting to get hungry. I might just be right back. I'm gonna get some foods. Oh, that's thick. Oh. Mm-hmm. Very loud. Hmm. Oh. Meal of Champions. Ugh. Too strong on the. Not enough water. Oh, really strong. It would have been smart if I charged this. I think this is what I want for my
I'm not sure. I'm afraid we need to use math.
Robin! That's a wake up. Should have one for Redeem Eats. How you going, Robin? I did not leave enough water in the Easy Mac. I have noticed that you have been lurking the entire time. I've been keeping an eye on for any mysterious bots that pop up in the chat. It's an interesting question. What are you laughing about? Are you laughing about the fact that I keep an eye on the list to see who's the bots and who's lurking, or is it the fact that I didn't leave enough water in my Easy Mac and I've got powdered cheese? Forever remain Oh, you're a mysterious man, Troven. Very mysterious. I'm gonna have to should put up a little redeem for mysterious Troven. You have a lemon with a mustache and a trench coat. I'll arrange it. As for how I'm doing, alright at the moment, but having a bit of a struggle time actually. So find streaming kind of helps distract the mind, as it were. And I think yeah, unfortunately it doesn't just involve me, it involves a friend. And it's been going on for some time, but I don't know. I think I've had other friends who outside help me kind of work it out, and they've kind of pointed out that the latest flare-up isn't what I've been accused of, so it seems to be more of a reverse psychology kind of thing, so everybody has their different interpretations, right, of everything, so maybe the friend that's I'm having a bit of a confusing time with is somewhat right, and but I'm also not completely I'm not in the wrong either. So yeah, it sounds messy. Yeah, it is, and it's a shame because I really really care for them and want them as a friend. But I don't know. You gotta sometimes gotta put yourself first, right? So yeah. So I'm just gonna try and do that. Put myself first. Focus on me. Um, fix some things that I'm not proud of, but no one's perfect, right? So yeah, my friend Spanner, who's appeared on stream in Raft, she's been helping me through it, and suggested put all this their energy into instead of anxiety, shifted into something that's maybe more productive. So I'm back at work next week, so that will be a good distraction. And I guess I'll just try and set up a bit of a schedule around that, and have thesis and stuff. So doing some art for the thesis. Yeah. But it's also acknowledging the part that while yeah, I don't like using other people's diagrams, and I kind of want to draw them slightly differently. So I had no idea what it means. So this is kind of like an internal interaction. Oops, don't drop the pencil. Don't mind me. You don't know. Oh, I'm sure you know that 1 + 1 = a lemon. No, not 1 + 1 = a lemon. So your immune system is made up of a lot of immune cells, right? And they all communicate with, well, there's a few of them that communicate and help direct others. So my work has been looking at these guys, which are called dendritic cells. And they're them along with macrophages. They have this capacity to that they're essentially act as sentinels in your tissues. So they're found everywhere in your body. And what they do is they're constantly sensing the environment. So if you get a bacterial infection or a viral infection, or you have surgery, or you have cells that aren't happy, or something that is not meant to be there, they sense those, hey, this isn't right signal. They detect those things, and they go, hey, these aren't normal and right, and they kick off the immune response and inflammation. So they drive the internal inflammation. So inflammation is quite complex, but I'm just taking it in small pockets. But so they will detect like damaged cells and bacteria and pathogens, and then they'll produce like these mediators, cytokines and chemokines, and they'll act on like the innate cells, like other macrophages, neutrophils, mast cells, and then those cells will go in and try and target will target this through various means, like neutrophils and macrophages, they're phagocytes, so they will consume stuff, so they'll eat up dead cells, they'll try and eat bacteria or viruses, and then essentially kill them from internally by enzymes and all that kind of component. And then the other one is that they interact with T cells. So T cells and B cells are adaptive immune cells, right? So most notably, the part of the adaptive immune response is antibodies. So these guys, so T cells and B cells are like super smart, really specific, know exactly how to target specific pathogen or whatever it is, instead of like these guys going, let's just throw stuff all over the place and hope it works. This action here is very targeted, and depending on the mediators, so the cytokines, little messenger signals that DCs produce, these T cells will differentiate into different subsets, which are very specific to different actions, and then they'll interact with other cells and go, essentially they're like the generals, and they kind of go, instead of these guys just randomly like attacking, or if you think of it like football or something, these guys are the players, they're like running around, and then the coach comes in and went, no, I want you to play this, I want you to do this drill or something like that, which is a more specific like set play to like get the goal or get the target. So that's how they work. But there's also one that says, hold on guys, call it quits, there's nothing bad here, just stop, and kicks the body to start, so it stops the immune system from going ooh 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 ooh, and punch 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 punch, and it flips it to go, oh okay, we can stop, kind of thing. So this is gonna go with some small little blurb text at the bottom saying that DCs kind of do both sides, but also it's supported with a part of the thesis. It is very epic and really cool. It's you regenerate cells every 7 years too, so if you've ever noticed like a scar or something on your body or some effect, like over like a decade it disappears. I used to have a freckle, which is just melanin producing cells. I used to have it on my middle finger, on I think it was the left hand, but it's not there anymore because those cells have been replaced with just standard epithelial cells, so they're just kind of gone, okay, bugger off. So you might notice that certain things kind of fade over time, and that's because the cells get replaced. Some cells don't. Neurons don't. Cardiac doesn't as well. So some cells are really good at replacing themselves, and others aren't. But the immune system's pretty funky. It's very complex, and it is, like life, complex and confusing a lot of the time. It gives you a headache. So my work I've been doing, and I finished doing all the lab work, and I'm trying to write it, is that you have noradrenaline or norepinephrine, and then you have adrenaline or epinephrine. So these guys are, so what I'm looking at, so these guys are predominantly produced by neurons, and this is the adrenal gland. And these guys are your fight or flight. You're part of your sympathetic nervous system, which is your fight or flight nervous system. And stress. So mine's probably been shot for a while. Given low-grade stress for years with flare-ups. Anyway, so my work has been looking at, so the receptors for these guys are found on a number of cells, not just neurons, including immune cells. So I've been looking at the impact of what would happen if we stimulate these receptors, specifically the alpha-1 adrenergic receptor, and what impact that has on this mediator production. So does this change the media profile? Which would then impact the interactions potentially on what goes here, but also what goes on here. So, and I'm more interested, more closer with like this kind of interaction with a little bit of within here, but within what's happening with these generic cytokines. So interleukin 6, interleukin 1, tumor necrosis factor alpha, all that kind of stuff. So these are pro-inflammatory cytokines, so they kind of like give these cells like boosts to go off and target the pathogens, and all that kind of component. And then you have, but then you also have like, don't do that, like interleukin 10, TGF beta, and a few other ones as well. So these signals like boost the response, like they're pro-inflammatory, they're encouraging inflammation, they're saying, yeah, keep going, like keep tacking. And the anti-inflammatory ones go, no, calm down, don't hold your horses, calm down. So you can have a combination of an increase in pro-inflammatory cytokines, or you can have a decrease in their concentration, which will also impact responses. And then you can also have these anti-inflammatory ones. So I was looking at what was happening to these cytokines. Were they increasing or decreasing? Yeah, well bloodied. Increasing, decreasing. Was there pro-inflammatory? So I should add all these puns in. Was there like an increase in pro-inflammatory cytokines, or was there like a decrease in them, or was there an increase in anti-inflammatory cytokines, or whatnot, or so forth? But which hasn't been done before. Most people focus on a different subtype, and they're more interested because they generally seem to reduce pro-inflammatory cytokines with a potential increase in some anti-inflammatories. And they've been mainly interested in like this interaction, like which T cell subset is more encouraged, which, then impacts this area, but there's also this whole interaction as well. So I've kind of been looking at it, this kind of aspect. I don't know what these cytokine changes cause. Like, I don't know if it increases certain cellular responses or changes the cellular responses, just looking at different cytokines, because in like inflammatory diseases and so forth, like they'll talk about biomarkers, and they might be looking at like a specific cytokine that might be increased in that situation. So yeah, it's a real complex system. But yeah, I found some stuff that no one's found before. And it certainly was but the problem, as in all science, is consistency, and I struggled to keep the consistency, which is annoying. So it makes me second guess all my work. So just like in life and with people, I also second guess all my science. So, honest truth, I have very low self-esteem and self-confidence, surprisingly. And I get categorical anxiety, essentially. So when I was doing my lab work, I would freak out because I would set up the cells, do everything, and then you're just in a state of anxiety going, is it going to work? 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 And because after a while, when things stop not working, especially when you're working with cells, they can just not behave how you want, which is where my inconsistencies occurred. They're beautifully annoying little buggers. Yeah, they started misbehaving. I got anxiety because I didn't know if they were going to work or not. The cell immunology. Yeah, it's a right angle. Yeah, so it's that essentially probably is why I have a lot of greys in my hair. It is funny though, because why I say I have categorical anxiety, I don't seem to get hit with all anxiety at once. I seem to have like different versions of it. I used to get huge amounts of anxiety when playing golf. I could get really frustrated and angry and like all that kind of stuff when I was playing, especially in a competitive sense. And it took me a while to kind of like work through that. And it took me a long time to lose my competitive push. And change my whole mindset with it. But I found that one of my distractions was, especially when I was getting frustrated when playing, the best way to, because it was a loop, like I'd start doing something wrong in my swing, the ball wasn't going very far, I get frustrated, I get annoyed, I start overthinking and over analyzing my swing and all that kind of component. And I found if I started thinking about something else, so between shots, I would start talking to myself. Like I would think about getting custom like head wood covers, like driver covers for my clubs, or at one point I would be talking about my research, like going, oh, I should do this, or I do that, or do that. And as soon as that distraction came in, that brain part, that subconscious part where I think my anxiety comes from. I was just distracted enough to kind of go, like, it removed the overthinking and the anxiety coming from it, and I could just play, and I played a lot better. So, like, that's a lesson from that. Science-wise, still working through that. It's kind of going through stages. Lab work-wise, lab anxiety is just something you just kind of have to deal with. And being prepared for failure. Hey Talk, how are you going? Sorry, you've walked into Lab Rat Mumbles chat versus does science, but does drawing, but yeah. My current boss would say when I walk in saying, "Oh, I don't know," she goes, "It's done now. Have a look what happens. You can't do anything now. The cells are in motion. You can't do anything. The experiment's set up. If you miss something, you missed something. If you didn't, then you didn't. It works out. If, you know." So, Mumble chat's the best. And then for personal life, this is a new form of anxiety for me. New level of overthinking and I definitely do overshare, but that's what the beauty of Twitch chat is we overshare and talk, just not too crazy. And yeah, I guess that one I'm still working out. When it involves yourself and you're the only person that's doing the spin outs, it certainly is a lot easier to sorry. It's certainly a lot easier to like work through because the only person's involved is yourself. But when it involves other people, or friendships or relationships or whatever, it's a challenge that I'm still learning how to work with. Yeah. People have their own harshest critics. Oh yeah, you are your harshest. Well, yeah, and that's how you just demoralize your self-esteem. Certainly, I don't feel like my thesis is good enough quality. Because I see all the flaws in it. But sometimes people also don't see their own own. I don't think people are always their own harshest critics. I think when other people are involved, you can what I'm realizing is that some people can, now whether or not it's a on purpose manipulation, or it's an attempt to kind of ignore something that's going on. Like they don't want to face potentially those own truths. Like they can potentially manipulate people and thinking they're the problem. And when when I don't know, I think we all sometimes wear masks, and sometimes I think some people wear a lot of masks and they just sometimes lose who they are under all the masks. I'm not perfect. No one's perfect, but I think life has to be a balance of positive and negative, yin and yang. It might be overthinking. It might be philosophical thinking. Anyway, how are you going, Talk? Hope you're doing alright. I wonder. Welcome to the okay sorta kinda club. You have some good days, and then you have some. You even have some good moments, and then you have some real gut punches that make you question everything. And then you have some pretty amazing friends that go punk, or they kind of just reassure you. Where's your safe space? Is okay sort of your safe space? Trying to work out what I need to do to get the follow emotes. Has streamed at least 60 days as an affiliate over a rolling 2-year period. I clearly have not streamed for 60 days. Okay. We'll see if I can squeeze in a couple of 2-hour streams everywhere so I can get 5 standard emotes. Could do animation emotes. That might be something for the new PC where this one isn't running very, very questionable. They could do a wave emote. That'd be cool. Well, at least it's your I'm glad it's your safe space. I think it's important to have a safe space or a safe place, be physically or mentally or something like that. I certainly find streaming's kind of like my safe space, especially when I have some nice people to chat to. Hopefully I can be back streaming with my desk arrives. Police arrive tomorrow, so I can set it all up with the fancy new. Excuse me, fancy new computer, new computer with all the unicorn vomit. Yeah, it's a sit-stand desk, so I can finally stand and try and stretch out my back, so I'm not always compressing it. But the PC is a lot newer than the old gal I've got, and got a new monitor as well, and I might be able to stream some VR games with the newer PC. So that'd be cool. Do some Beat Saber or Vader Immortals. I'll have to see how I go. But yeah, no, I've tried playing some games on this computer, and PUBG was just not good, not good. So yes, kind of need to kind of semi-retire the computer. I think it's the CPU. The CPU is maxing out at like 100%. So I don't know if the temps are going ridiculously crazy, and that's the problem. Or sorry. Or let's have a look. Or the or it's just needs to retire. Because the 1080 is fine, but I think the fourth gen CPU is really just going, please just let me retire. It's about 50 degrees. 40, it's the usage that's just gone nuts. And I don't know why. So my grand plan is not to give this one, specifically this one, to my sister. I'm going to take out the 1080 if it's still good, and because I'm an idiot and can't really plan this correctly, and I was holding onto my cash for a lot longer, I'm going to upgrade in the new PC the motherboard, CPU, and RAM, which is a 8th gen Intel CPU. They're up to 13 gen now. So the idea is to play the wonderful game of taking out the 3080, putting in a new CPU and motherboard and RAM, and then that CPU and motherboard and RAM, teaming that up with the 1080 and putting it into a smaller case, not the big chunky honky thing that I've got, and then offering it to my sister. If she doesn't want it, then it becomes like a mini portable PC for the time being. So yeah, I was considering giving it this whole system to her, but seeing how it's just had some massive issues doing some tasks, I'm going to go, nah, I'm not that evil. I'll turn around and go, no, you don't want this, and I have to double check and see exactly what what kind of plan she had for the PC. If she's just going to leave it there and hardly use it, then I'd rather keep it and maybe set it up as a secondary PC. But because I'm moving everything around, I will, once I get the desk and everything that's on my desk, and I'm going to clean out the said computer with the little blow vac thing, and hopefully removing some dust kind of goes or better. So I heard something. I have a plan. It's semi-solid. It's all dependent on whether or not I upgrade the motherboard and, and CPU, and when. So, but I'm looking after her house for like 4 weeks in June. So I don't know, maybe I'll either have it building it over there or upgrading mine. I'm not quite sure. That's a June problem. But I just want to kind of have better PC for short term. I just more want a sit-stand desk so I can kind of stand up and do this. Stretch out my legs. Alright. I have to think about my science for a while, so let's do some emotes instead. Yes, one day I'll get the followers emotes and be able to use this one for it. Or I'll change one of mine. Like, oh, and that one. Nope. Nope. No. What's the smiling for? I did have a line behind his head. Never mind. Oh, I have to redraw it. Damn it. Did not think that those line were there. I love these words. Oh, I think yours are pretty cool. Oops. Oops. Don't mind me. Phone just opened up a tab. Opened up Firefox. Impressive. Not sure how it did that. Oh, that would explain why that's always happening. What do I do with that pen? There's no evidence I burped at all. None at all. Like how it's like, how do you know who's paying attention in chat? Say something about nobody heard about the burp, and then a couple of T's rock up. That's what I get for drinking Coke. The two witnesses. Yeah. TT, the two witnesses? Nah, I don't mind. Just too many gas bubbles in my stomach. Too much gas in my stomach and decided to come up the mouth. And then we rinse off all of that with this old water. And not spill it down your mouth. Face. Can't lie. Can't lie, but can you abstain from the truth? Is that the right word? Nope. Oh. I certainly am not that. I lie to myself. I do not remember what colour paintbrushes are. Ooh, excuse me. Only truth. Mm. No. It's only the truth if someone believes it's the truth. someone's having a problem trusting and believing people, doesn't matter what you tell them. Into Morbid Tuesdays. Yep, I hear you on that one. I also sometimes lie to myself. Spelling? The beauty of misspelling in a chat with a dyslexic? Can't tell the difference. It's not that. It's, you believe something to be true, but you, might not see that it's not completely true at first. Which is technically lying to yourself if you're. It takes you a while to actually pick up on it, and other people might say, you know, things, and you go, ah, that's not true. When in fact it's true. Or somewhat true, semi-true. Also, that can be encouraged by other people. So, if someone says that you're a bad person, even if you're not, you might start to believe it, right? But you're lying to yourself in the fact that, in a way, kind of fits in the same category. Same as someone says, you're a good person, and you go, no, I'm not. Yeah, and that's true. Everybody sees things differently, right? Which I think goes back to the whole people are their biggest critics. It's a very simplistic view. I think people can struggle to be their own critic because everybody sees them differently. And they go, "Oh no, you're not the problem. You're a good person." Yada yada yada. But you might not actually be doing. I don't know what you call that. Yeah, I try and use logic, but as a friend pointed out, when it involves people, I kind of got told off for keep using my logic brain. I think logic only works to a point. Sometimes you have to go a bit philosophical. So I'm discovering. Or sometimes it stays as an unknown variable and you never get the answer. I don't know how to do my biohazard signal. Eek. My logo. That's it. Yep. I agree with that. Must admit, I am learning to try and see things through other people's eyes. I think that's important. But in doing so, don't lose sight your own sight. And maybe take on those other points of view as expanding your own views. But sometimes what others see isn't true, or is a perceived biased. We all see things through our own eyes as a perceived biased. Some people will go, I did nothing wrong. Other people will say, okay, clearly I've triggered something in someone, especially when you're interacting with people. But it takes two to tango. And I don't know if there is any control groups. Because you have to admit that your own view is a form of bias, right? Everything's a variable. I think you have to sometimes see it that way. Because to someone else, you're not the control group. It's the reason why in human studies they take from a massive sample size. Because everybody's an individual. Everyone's different. Biologically and psychologically. And I think if you keep assuming that you're... Hey, Alley Cat! Sorry, you've come into deep, meaningful, philosophical conversations. For me, I think if the reason why I don't call my own view a control group is because the control group should not be altered by anything else, right? It's not the test group. But the control group should be... You should be allowed to evolve and learn and change your... and grow and learn and evolve. And that's by taking other people's point of views, but it's also stepping back and removing yourself from situations and going, how could things be different? How could interactions be different? If it's your own, again, this comes down to how many people are involved. If it's just yourself, that's all internal. But as you add more people, more different points of view, and they're influenced by different points of view. Again, it's kind of like the whole situation. If someone keeps turning around and says, keeps saying or praising you or putting you down, saying you're a bad person, yeah, it's yeah, that's a very simplistic view. If I just scribble all over this, that's like how this all works out. It's a mumbly jumbly mess. It's not necessarily trusting other people's opinions, it's trusting them. Again, you're trying to logic your way through humans, and to be honest, humans are illogical. How you going, Alley Cat? Can't tell if that was a bug or a spider. Yeah, that's the situation, is that all science is peer reviewed. And it's not peer reviewed by just like one person, it's peer reviewed by multiple people. And there is a capacity of going back and forth of if someone technically, theoretically disagrees or raises questions about something, you can rebut back or change it. The other part of it is, unfortunately, there's a huge amount of bias because a lot of reviewers either want, if it's an area that they're working in, they want their papers cited, or if they're currently working on something very similar, they'll like delay a paper just so that their paper can get out first. Science is very competitive and really is full of dicks. The process and the methodology and so forth, very sound. It's the people that causes the problem. So I look forward to when the robots take over. But for opinion, yes, it is tied closely to our trust of individual people. We seek for such opinions to be validated from within our own circle before cognitive bias goes away. Yeah. But there's a darker side to that, in a way. If I don't know if it's narcissism or you might know Alley Cat, where someone perceives themselves to be good, and everybody perceives themselves to be good, but they don't all, and they'll recognize or put blame onto others but they don't always recognize themselves that they might be manipulating others. Or maybe they do know. But they do it in such a way that you manipulate someone, but nobody would believe you anyway. I don't know. A little bit above my capacity, but I'm just... So it is narcissism? Dark Triad? Yeah. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not gonna psychoanalyze things. Um... Do any of them just target, like... How are you? Oh, cool, I'll come to you. So you're a psych major, are you? Talk? Alright. I'll do the science. Is there a terminology for someone who... I don't know. I think we labeled a lot of things these days. Where someone in emotional pain... and emotional hurt, subconsciously but not consciously, or they might be in a, if I use the term blind, emotional rage, emotional blindness, where they're blinded by pain or their emotions, that they don't always consciously know what they're doing, which is causing harm. Or they might realize quite late. Suppressed. As in like a suppressed dark triad, or what's an NPD? Narcissistic. Okay. Narcissistic personalities. Thanks, Early Cat. Do any of those ping like from anxiety or anything like that? I'm literally doing a little bit of psychoanalysis of myself at the moment. I'm not gonna overshare with examples and all that kind of stuff, but just curious. Okay. Yeah, I understand that. I'm more just trying to, I guess, think about some things that I've done in the past and so forth. Trying to work out if there is if it was just uh, linked to purely hurt or evoked something. You know, like how people say, "Oh, there's a darkness inside me." Not that I'm saying that. I'm just more could can those things be triggered by events later in life, or is it something that just you're born with? I guess that's the question. Depends. Yeah, I kind of agree with you there. I like that. Yeah, it's the triggers that when you're a logical person, sometimes working out the triggers, especially when they're emotional based, is a lot more difficult. Especially when you're questioning whether or not you can actually feel anything. In leading and expanding on what the uh uh darkness potential darkness in everyone, I also don't think everyone is perfect. No one's perfect. No one's completely good. And when it comes down to the end of the day, we will ultimately try and do the best what is for our survival, and some people are a lot better at doing it than others. Like, if you were on a sinking ship, most people save themselves, they don't save others, especially if it risks their own life. Very few people would ultimately risk saving themselves. In fact, I saw even something even more simple. Yeah, practice does make perfect. But I also think that becomes a point is that I don't think you should be completely blinded thinking that you are perfect. Or that. And I guess that's why positive toxicity is a thing, is that being too positive means that someone who might actually be doing something shit isn't actually being called out because everybody goes, nah, you're all fine. You've got this kind of thing. You're good. You're a good person. Everyone loves you, all that kind of stuff. Like, they don't believe it's possible. Like, people will go around and say, oh, you're such a lovely person, yada yada yada. Everybody loves you, yada yada yada. I'm not perfect. I've done some shit things. Things I'm not proud of. But I also don't. Yeah. They're either lying to themselves or totally trying to hold on to things. And I think there's a point that how positive you are. But if you never turn around and go, if you can never turn around and says, I've never hurt someone in my life, then yeah, everyone has faults and some choose not to accept them. Yep. I have faults. I accept they exist. I'm trying to improve. Trying to practice at reducing how impactful those faults are, especially onto others, but also onto myself. But I don't think when people I think there's a point where you also turn around and very rarely in a relationship or a friendship or something like that is there purely one person at fault. It takes two to tango. Yeah, I accept it. I also accept the other person has faults, even though they might not realize them as well. Balancing being conscious of the faults. I think it's this balance aspect. Balance the faults. There's always new faults. You can never completely get rid of faults. I think that is the meaning of life, is to try and seek balance. That is why life is hard. Because we're never actually in balance. If you zoom in on certain parts in your life, you'll be up or down. But if you expand out on the greater things, those movements become more subtle and subtle. Yeah, exactly. That's why people struggle with we'll say that life is hard. And I think a part of life is being able to accept your faults, which I think some people struggle, but also accept your strengths. Yes, and in yin is a little bit of yang, and in yang is a little bit of yin. Black and white. I think life is a yin-yang roller coaster. Has ups and downs and loops. And I think so you're seeking out criticism where you have strong praise and credit where you have strong criticism. That kind of does my head in, but yes, I'm thinking that's the yin-yang aspect. I don't know if it's praise, validation. And I don't think always people are seeking out criticism. I think they're more likely to be seeking out validation. If I read that right. It is getting late and my brain is probably about to go after a pretty crazy day. Tempting thing to seek. I think we're really getting into philosophical talk, which is kind of... I'll put it down to my inability to read properly to understand that 100%. Life's a roller coaster. Ups, downs, and loops. My aim is not to stay in the loops. But trying to wonder if I've been in a loop for a while. As I said, if it's self, there's a lot of internal thoughts you can do, but when it involves other people, you can only go so far. Because it takes two to tango, or 3 or 6 or however many it is. If you're in a group of friends and there's friction or disagreement, or because you're all individuals, you all act differently to different different things. So we're byproducts of our history and environment, so which is our phenotype. Phenotype is it's half genetics, half environment, and if our environment has been one that alters our survival instincts, sometimes a lot of things equal up in the fact that misinterpretations are done, and as I said, I don't think one sole person is purely at fault. There's one person's view, another person's view, and somewhere in the middle is the truth. It's like meeting people halfway. But it's harder when people don't want to listen or haven't had anyone to tell them what they're doing to someone. Such is life. Oh, what a lovely philosophical talk. But thank you for the I'll go back to the point. Life isn't easy. And I hate roller coasters. I'll admit, I'm not completely innocent in the situation, but I'm not completely guilty either. But it kind of goes back to what you were saying before talk. It's different people's point of view. And I think sometimes people see it purely through their eyes. And influenced by various factors and take longer to heal or never heal or and then sometimes you get shaken that the people that you think you know them or you think that they're fantastic people, you discover that they're not. And again, going back to that survival thing, is you're on a boat sinking, who are you going to save first? Which goes back to my story. I was waiting in a park today, and I was just waiting for my dad out, who was getting wisdom teeth out. I know my truth. I don't know everyone's truth. Anyway, back to story. My dad had his wisdom teeth taken out at the dentist, so I was Uber driving, and I was waiting around for an hour, and I was just actually doing I was doing a whole bunch of soul searching today. Hence the reason why it's all fresh in my mind. And like as I do, I'm analyzing events that have happened and so forth like that, working out where I was coming from based on what was said and how it was said, and then trying to understand how the other person was interpreting it and trying to find that middle ground. Again, I'm always going to have a form of bias. You always do. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, I probably could have handled this differently. And it's a topic that should never come up. Kind of like some people you just never talk about politics with friends. It's kind of like one of those situations like, clearly there's something else behind this topic that I don't know of, and I don't understand their reaction to said topic or situation. And maybe there's a lot more there than how I'm interpreting it. Anyway, I keep getting sidetracked. I heard this bang and I looked over and there was this lady who had two like paper shopping bags, and one of them had completely split open. And she was like picking this stuff up from the ground, and a guy on a skateboard went past and he stopped and clearly asked if she needed help. And her response was, and I know this because I asked, oh no, it's okay. I only have, I'm only like half a block away. I'll just leave some stuff here and come back. It must have, so he skated off, and I decided, okay, I'm going to go help. So I packed everything up in my bag and ran across the street. And there was two other people talking. They didn't really seem to care, and no one else seemed to. And I got across and I said, look, hey, do you want some help? She goes, oh no. And this is how I know what she must have said to the skater guy. Oh no, I'm just like half a block. I'm like 80% the way there. I'll be fine. I'll just leave some of the stuff here and I'll come back. And I went, don't be silly. I'm more than happy enough to help you carry it. It's hot. You don't want people nicking off with this stuff in the middle of Subi. Let me carry it. It's literally no problem for me. So I grabbed the box of must be dishwashing liquid or dishwashing powder stuff that she'd put up higher up on the wall. I said, look, I'll carry this. And I grabbed the red paper bag and was walking with her and I said, look, she goes, oh, you know, I've only had this. Hey, it's better than being only 20% of your trip in. So it's also hot. She goes, oh, it's hot day. And it's like, it's better that it's, well, it's better than if it was raining or snowing kind of thing. So kind of looking at the positive side. And we got across the first street and she was really struggling with the stuff in her hands. I said, here, let me take something. Like, let me take this bag. So she goes, oh, thank you. So I picked up the bag and I go, is there anything else you want me to carry so you don't drop it? She goes, I'm all good. It's not that far. I said, no problems at all. It was literally like maximum 5 minutes of my time just helping a random stranger. And some people would have just, like the skater guy, accepted someone as in their situation and went, oh no, they said they're fine, then therefore they're fine. But when you look at it, they go, how hard is it just to offer and literally say to them, it's perfectly fine? Of course, there's boundaries in the fact that they don't want you to touch your stuff, but she was fine. She accepted my offer of help, and you know, it's just like, who do you put first? Continue on your day, or help someone who's just got a whole bunch of shit and a bag of that's just had too much weight in it. It was completely demolished. It was like a Coles bag that ended up looking like a brown sheet. I think it's also the type of person as well. And there's different layers of trust. But yeah, I get that. I think some people want to be open or they selectively be open with others, or it's one-sided. One person wants to be open and trusting, and then the other person doesn't want to expose themselves, because by opening up, you're opening up all the dirty laundry, all their faults, all their mistakes, all their imperfections. But I think if you can accept someone for their imperfections and their faults, and I think there's also a part where you have to understand that it's someone doesn't change just overnight. That takes time. Patience is key. Which is, as I said, I did some shit. I acted in emotional rage and anger and pain. I was very out of character. And what I think I've done is I've destroyed trust. So when I say a comment, the other person then doesn't trust what's going to come out of my mouth. Doesn't trust when they see a message from me. It's hard. There's no easy way of fixing it. You're on trial for murder. I would want to be hearing your side and your perspective. That's a very extreme scenario. As long as it's not on trial for the murder of a whole bunch of mice. That I'm guilty of. I'm guessing you're wanting to hear my perspective of the situation that went down, right? That's what that extreme scenario. I'm guessing what you mean in terms of the very extreme scenario of murder is that you would specifically want to hear my perspective of said murder. of a potential friendship. Um, yeah, I appreciate it. Is that just because my surname's back? Ha 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 ha. I don't know. Time will tell. Sorry. I made a promise to two friends. One who's in Adelaide and a non-nerdy friend who's I've been trying to work it out. And they're looking out for me. Looking at the positives. I've always had a habit of putting others before myself. Why the thesis has taken so long. Keep saying yes to like demonstrating and helping others, never putting myself first, and I guess the timeout that's in space that's going on gives me time to reflect and analyze, but also learn evolve, understand typical science, but also kind of forces me to kind of focus on myself. All levels. Good and bad. As for never hearing a bad thing, though they do exist. You're about 2 years too late. But as a question came up in my job interview, not everyone has to love or like each other. Sometimes you just have to, well, in a job environment, work with people that you just have to professionally work through it. And I've worked with some memorable ones. In that question, I brought up the fact that I've never had a problem with a colleague before. But I also said, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, nor does it mean that I am immune to it. Personalities clash. Happens. But I brought up the story of when I was working in hospitality. One of the kitchen hands, I was a waitress, I was doing the dishes, and stupid enough, they did this right under a security camera, which they had installed all the security cameras because there'd been some thefts. Anyway, this person came up to me, and I can't remember if they had a knife in their hand, but they essentially cornered me into the corner and violently threatened me, wanting to know who had reported them for something. I can't remember if it was stealing or behavior or something. I couldn't remember it. And that was something. But it's hard to know how you're going to react in one of those cases until it happens. And I think that's with anything. You don't know how you're going to act in a scenario until you're put into the scenario. You can think how you're going to act, but it's not always how you respond. Anyway, I kept calm. I was definitely not the one who they were accusing me of being the person. But my colleague, who was another waitress person who was on, actually was. And they were younger than me. And my first aim was to diffuse the situation, saying, look, I know nothing about it, it wasn't me, and if there is a situation, you need to talk to management about it. Like, this is something you need to discuss if there's a situation. Anyway, I then told my manager, and I said, look, this is where it happened in the kitchen, in this location near the dishwasher, under the security camera, which also has the security camera from the counter showing into the kitchen, plus also there's another one in the kitchen, and the person was fired very shortly afterwards. But yeah, I guess that's a reminder, is you don't know how you're going to respond in a situation where you're accused or threatened or cornered or all of the above. But I've also been cornered virtually into essentially well, actually, not just virtually. I think twice I've been essentially had someone use the "if you don't tell me XYZ" or whatever it was. Or I think one of them was related to a Facebook scam where it essentially sent an email saying "I hate you" kind of thing. And so essentially, like, either they accepted the email thinking I hated them. I also had a student who thought I disliked him, but I just said I just have a very negative neutral tone. I don't hate you at all. But I've also been essentially had people use the "if you don't do or tell me XYZ, then we're no longer friends." And I don't think I could ever do that. Saying that, some things I've done, I would have said I probably would never do that, and I have done them. So, anything's possible. The fuck response is exactly how my boss responded to that in the interview when I said that. I don't know if they specifically used the word fuck, but I think it was "oh my god." Saying that, I never really like to play the victim card. I just sometimes wish I could diffuse the situation like I was when I was threatened. More smarter and more calmly. As I said, I'm not perfect. Alright, Cookie. You should probably head off soon. I need to go truck a cat. You're so cute. Little Easter egg to the people. Thank you for chatting in my chat tonight. He's cute. Go really well if I pull out one of these. I'm not sure which one though. Oh, I need to get the follow emotes. Just don't have enough emote spots. Anyway, thank you very much, guys, for coming by. It's okay. My whacked emotions, I can cry at the drop of a hat. So, no need to apologize. Don't worry about it. I was already in this state well before I started streaming, so it's okay. It helps. It gives me more points of view, which is helpful. and self-evaluation. So it's okay. It's fine. It is what it is, right? So please don't feel bad. You take care of yourselves as well, please. Hope everyone has a good evening. We're gonna go raid a mod from Lukalot's stream, Majak, who's streaming. And just some views. I think he's playing Cult of the Lamb. He's playing Cult of the Lamb, so you can join a cult. You can come join us in the cult. I'm a black cat in the cult, unless I'm dead. So we're gonna go over and raid him, and I don't know if you guys want to do a raid statement at all. I'm happy if we do, happy if we don't. And there's a black cat that's just walked in, so time to drug him and take him to bed. Alright, bud. Oh, come here. No. Alright, so let's just complete that over. Okay, cat's going out of bed. There we go. Don't know how much time he's got left. Oh boy. Alright. Thank you very much, guys, for coming by. Thank you for the chats. Thank you for the philosophical talks and the discussions of yeah. Why no one's perfect, including myself. And I'm going to drug that guy, who's now filling up from biscuits, so that's going to be a bit harder. And if my desk doesn't rock up tomorrow, or maybe if it does, if I can, depending on my setups and stuff like that, I'm going to try and squeeze a few more streams in before I start work next week, so, and then try and work out a schedule from there. Might get a little bit more specific timing. So yeah, anyway, thanks guys for coming by. And I'll see you guys sometime soon. Cheers guys. Night night.